Towards food security. As we continue our international webinar today, I hope you already had your lunch. I am delighted to have the opportunity to introduce our resource speaker for this afternoon. He is a bachelor's degree graduate of Electronics and Communication Engineering at the University of Santo Tomas, España, Manila. Also, computer engineering graduate at Aquinas University, Legazpi, and a trainee of Civil Aviation Officer Candidate Scholarship Program Batch 3 at Civil Aviation Training Center. Now, he is the Information Analyst 1 of the Department of Information and Communication Technology, Regional Office 5. As an information analyst of DICT, Regional Office 5, he was tasked to conduct technical assistance to clients' LGUs about the established operation system and provision of assistance to the development of science and mathematics teachers for Region 5 at BU Regional Center for Science and Mathematics Education Development. He served as assistant instructor at AMA Computer College and an analyst and developer at 𝐈𝐍𝐓𝐄𝐑𝐍𝐀 Solution. Finally, a fascinating person, and we're all in for a treat today. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. John Paul S. Cordes as he about to tackle the digital application and innovations. Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. I hope clear po yung audio ko. Oh, is my audio clear po or
Yes, sir.
sorry, good afternoon po. So, my screen for the presentation. Hello po. Hope everyone can see my screen po. So once again, good afternoon. My name is John Paul S. Cordes. I'm Information Systems Analyst from the ICT Region 5.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Let me just share my screen. Uh, you can see that my presentation and my audio is loud and clear. So once again, I'm here to talk about digital applications and innovation. So I'm John Paul Cordes, Information Systems Analyst 1 at the ICT Regional Office 5. For my presentation, it's offering have 4 parts: the introduction, overview, the impact of digital innovations, and the conclusion. Introduction, digital innovation. So let me just give an example of digital innovation. So mobile phones. The first mobile phone was invented in the 1970s, and it was a significant technological advancement in the way people communicated.
Recording in progress.
This initial innovation can be considered as a traditional innovation, as it involved creating new products that enable people to communicate wirelessly from anywhere. However, over the years, mobile phones have evolved to include many digital technologies such as internet connectivity, mobile apps, and advanced cameras. So these digital advancements have made mobile phones much more than just a communication device, but rather a multifunctional device that can be used for various purposes such as entertainment, education, and work. So, okay. Traditional innovation is developing new products, services, and business models through research, development, and other traditional methods. While comparing it to digital innovation uses digital technology to create new or improve the existing product and service. So in the previous example, the mobile phones, creating the mobile phones, uh, we can consider it as traditional innovation, while integrated it with the digital services or digital capacities, we can consider that as digital inclusion. So before I move on to the next slides, may I play a short, I think 5 minute clip, stages of business disruption. So you can notify me if you can hear the audio.
Hi, Sir JP. Wala po siyang audio, sir.
Wala po siyang audio.
Yes po, sir. Okay, so while waiting for our speaker, let me remind everyone to please ensure that your attendance hello.
Let me play again the video. Hopefully, may audio na.
I'm sorry, Mr. Baker, but you've developed a severe gluten intolerance.
Let me just pause a bit. Hopefully, you heard the audio na po of the video. So the first stage was there was an existing district by Joseph. He runs the bakery, and he was diagnosed with severe gluten intolerance. So that led him to shut down his business. And let me play the lesson for again. In stage two, Joseph discovered a book, a recipe book about uh, gluten-free stuff. So let me just play again. In it after.
Can I get one gluten-free croissant?
Yeah.
Wait, does that have butter in it?
Yes.
You wouldn't happen to have any without butter, like a butter substitute, like olive oil or canola oil, coconut oil, grapeseed oil? I mean, any oil at all?
I gotta return this croissant.
Return a croissant?
There's no nuts. I took a bite. No nuts on the inside. No almonds. No cashews. There's no peanuts in there. There's no walnuts. I expected nuts.
I'm allergic to nuts. I'm also allergic to eggs, milk, butter, sugar, salt.
I'm not allergic to nuts. I'm not allergic to anything. I just want no nuts. Nuts. Any kind of nuts. Too many nuts. Too many nuts back there. Is there nuts in that thing? Is there nuts in that thing over there?
Every year, thousands of people are diagnosed with a gluten intolerance. Where will they go when they need custom-made croissants?
Hi, I'm Joseph from Joseph's Gluten-Free Bakery. When I was diagnosed with a gluten intolerance, I thought my life was over. But after seeing just how many people want custom-made gluten-free croissants, I seized the opportunity to cook up the Croissant Creator app. The Croissant Creator app.
With over 3 billion combinations, the Croissant Creator app allows you to build your croissant any way you like it and have it delivered fresh to your door.
Or come on down to the store and ask for Joseph. I'll make it for you myself. He will make it himself. Joseph. Joseph's Bakery. Let your biggest concerns be my biggest opportunities.
When you're hungry for some dough, you gotta go to Joseph.
So everyone that watch the video and audio presentation now that you can just share again. Okay. So there we saw the stages of the business disruption. So initially Joseph had a bakery and discovering he has gluten intolerance, he had to close the store. But that didn't stop him from innovating. So that's a big part of what makes our innovations, not just traditional innovations, but also digital innovations. So let me do the next. So and everyone see the logos on the screen. So I hope everyone recognizes some or most of them. So on the top left is Kodak. I don't know if the students today heard of it. So Kodak is was once a household name. So it was known for their dominance in the photography industry. So Kodak moments tawag natin. So for over a century, the company had been a leader in manufacturing and distribution of photographic film and cameras. And they were credited in developing the first digital camera in 1975. However, despite being a pioneer in digital imaging, Kodak failed to recognize the disruptive potential of digital technology. So they took towards what they know best, which is traditional film business. They struggled to adapt to the rapid changes in the market. So as digital cameras and smartphones began to gain photography popularity, product sales of traditional film and cameras declined rapidly. So despite efforts from them to shift towards digital photography, so the company was unable to catch up to its competitors. And in 2012, Kodak also bankruptcy. So we can say that Kodak's failure to embrace innovation was a key factor in its downfall. So another brand or company in your screen is Netflix. Let me Instagram na lang muna. Instagram. So in comparison with Kodak, nowadays Instagram can be seen as the what do you call that? A company that successfully embraced digital innovation, while Kodak failed to do so. So Instagram, so I think everybody already knows what Instagram is. But yes, Instagram is a photo sharing app. It was launched in 2010 and quickly gained popularity among smartphone users. So Instagram allows users to share photos and videos with their followers, and so also includes a range of features and editing tools. So in contrast, Kodak, a company that was once synonymous with photography, Kodak failed to recognize the potential of digital photography. So they focused on on what they do best, the traditional film, the cameras, printing. That's why Kodak missed out capitalize. That's what Instagram did. So Instagram capitalized on the popularity of digital photography and with the boom of mobile phones, which led to its designation as the top photo sharing. So a couple of examples in the top right, Video City. So I don't think the young ones here have heard of it, but Video City is was a local video rental store chain in the Philippines. So for our international viewers, it's similar to Blockbuster. So local video rental store. So Video City was a popular destination for rentals. However, the company failed to recognize the potential of digital technology. So they failed to innovate. So as a result, Video City struggled to compete with online streaming platforms. So the company's revenue declined. It has closed several of their stores. And last but definitely not the least is Netflix. So I guess everyone, same as Instagram, everyone knows Netflix as a video streaming platform. But did you know Netflix started as a video rental store? So same as Video City. So they started as a video rental store, but not unlike Video City, Netflix recognized the potential of streaming video over the internet, and they launched their streaming service in 2007. So they provided vast library of content that users can access anytime, anywhere. So they grabbed the opportunity. So they leveraged the digital technologies to deliver a better user experience than video rentals or traditional cable or satellite providers. So the story of Netflix we can use to illustrate the potential of digital technologies to transform our existing or traditional industries and create new business models. So similar to what Joseph did in his bakery. The success of Netflix, we can use it to highlight the importance of understanding and using technology to deliver better user experiences. Here are some classifications or classifications of digital innovation. So these are not all of the digital innovations, but these are what I think everyone can relate to. So not necessarily IT personnel can appreciate. So mobile applications. So everyone in this webinar has a phone. So your phone has mobile applications or apps. They're designed to run on mobile devices. These mobile apps are considered digital innovations because they use the digital technology to deliver new or improved services to customers. So they allow users to access information, communicate with others. We can perform tasks on our phones, make purchases, all in the convenience of our devices. So these mobile phones and subsequently these mobile apps represent a major shift in the way businesses and consumers interact. So they enable the companies to reach directly to the consumers to their mobile devices. So rather than rely on traditional advertising channels such as print media or television. So yeah, mobile applications are one of the digital innovations. So next is the Internet of Things. So, Internet of Things is a network of physical devices that are embedded with sensors, software, and internet connectivity. So enabling it to connect and exchange data. So Internet of Things, this network of devices is considered a digital innovation because it relies on the integration of hardware, software, and internet connectivity to create an ecosystem that can collect, analyze, and respond to data in real time. So we can provide a couple of examples on how it can potentially transform our industries and processes. So in agriculture, IoT, Internet of Things sensors can be used to monitor the soil moisture, the temperature, and other factors to optimize the crop yields. In manufacturing, IoT sensors can be used to track the performance of machinery and predict the need for maintenance before that specific equipment fails. So in healthcare, IoT devices can be used to monitor patient vitals and provide care. So yeah, Internet of Things is a big thing right now. And if we scale that, so Internet of Things, for example, sensors in our home, how do we call it? Have you heard of Alexa? So you have IoT connected speakers, appliances, light. We can connect and control them through the internet. So when you scale that into a large scale, we can arrive to big data analytics. So IoT, we can say it goes to say a house or a small office or building. Big data analytics is on a much larger scale. So let's say a city is considered big data analytics. So big data analytics is the process of examining large and complex data sets. So in IoT, in the scale of a house, we only have a few internet connected devices But in city, let's say in a smart city, we have so much large and complex data, say from CCTVs that are connected to the internet, and yes, the sensors in the farms, any any data so that transmits massive volume, variety, and velocity, we can call that big data. So it's generated by digital technology and the internet. So it's considered a digital innovation because it leverages digital technology to process and analyze those vast amounts of data from the different devices that was not possible with traditional data processing methods. So uh, it enables businesses and organizations to make data-driven decisions and gain a competitive advantage by leveraging insights from those data that they gather from those devices. So in addition to processing large data sets, big data analytics also utilizes advanced technologies such as machine learning, artificial intelligence, and natural language processing to make sense of the data and to generate valuable insights. So another quick example of digital innovation is artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence refers to the development of computer systems that can perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, such as spatial perception, speech recognition, decision making, and language translation. So we can consider AI as a digital innovation because it involves the use of the hardware, software, and algorithms to mimic human intelligence. And they can also automate tasks that were previously done manually. So have you heard of ChatGPT? So ChatGPT is a type of artificial intelligence. So AI systems are trained using vast amounts of data, and they can continuously improve their performance through machine learning and other techniques. So AI has a significant impact on a wide range of industries, so from healthcare to finance, manufacturing, and transportation. So, for example, we have AI-powered medical diagnostic tools to help doctors detect diseases more accurately and quickly, while for financial institutions, they can rely on AI algorithms to detect fraud and identify possible investment opportunities. So in messaging, AI-powered chatbots and voice assistants, they can enhance customer service and improve user experiences in various applications. So overall, AI is a critical component of the digital innovation landscape. So it's expected to continue driving technological advancements in the coming years. Next item on our list of innovations is virtual and augmented reality. So virtual and augmented reality are considered digital innovations because they involve the use of digital technology to create simulated environments or enhance real-world experiences. So for virtual reality, users are completely immersed in a digital environment. So while in the case naman of augmented reality, so augmented reality overlays digital information onto the real world. So both technologies rely on advanced computer graphics, sensors, and displays to create their immersive experiences. So same as the previous example, they have a wide range of applications. So from gaming, entertainment, education, healthcare, and even military training. So virtual and augmented reality are examples of digital innovations that have the potential to transform how people interact with the world around. So, yeah, examples of digital innovations. So, upon these changes, what are the impact on us digital innovations? So, as we saw in the video a while ago, once those made this gluten-free bread, the customers' behaviors changed. Their expectations was in the midst of those changes. So in those changes, opportunities can arise. So new opportunities for entrepreneurship and economic growth. So in our video example, Joseph took those challenges as opportunities. So he made his own app to accommodate everyone's preference in their croissant. So another impact of digital innovation is the increased automation and job displacement. In some industries. So what in in the midst of ChatGPT and the AI, there are some AI-driven systems that can create what we call it, create graphics and art. So the recent artists or designers take that as what we call it. They think that AI will lessen their work or take their work from them, as AI can generate images based from data sets. So in the midst of it, increased automation is good in streamlining, but the job displacement will in Joseph's example, he was displaced in his job, and now he took on those challenges and pursued new opportunities. And the last item for impact of digital innovations is the challenges and concerns around privacy, security, and data protection. So we mentioned a while ago that Internet of Things, big data analytics, AI, artificial intelligence. So they would be mostly internet-based innovations. So there are challenges around privacy, security, and data protection. So that's the challenge for everyone on how to accommodate those concerns. So next, a conclusion. So what do I want to leave everyone in regards to digital applications or innovation? So let me just leave with a quote from Tim Preston. He is a CIO of a global healthcare company, so he being recognized as one of the top 100 CIOs in the UK and extensive experience in digital transformation and innovation. So here's the point. The biggest part of our digital transformation is changing the way we think. So that's what went through the video, and that's what I would want everyone to impart. So in having hindrances or obstacles in our, for example, our business, we should be open to changing the way we think. Just as Joseph did not stop his desire for baking bread in the midst of his intolerance. So we should be open to transforming ourselves in the midst of these digital innovations. So we use these digital innovations, Internet of Things, AI, virtual augmented reality, big data analytics. We use them to our advantage for new digital innovations. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Indeed, digital innovations changes the consumer's behavior and expectation. Thank you, Sir John Paul Cordes, for the very timely and updated presentation. Surely our participants learned a lot from your presentation. At this juncture, we will take some time answering the 3 questions from the chat box. Okay, let me check. Okay, so we have one question here, sir, from Miss Mary Grace S. Milan. Sir, her question is, how can digital applications help address global challenges in agriculture, such as climate change and food security?
That's a great question. So how can digital applications help address global challenges in agriculture? So if we talk about digital applications, we can use it to promote information about agriculture, to impart knowledge on climate change, but to help address how do you call it? Climate change. Yeah, the one point I see is using apps to generate knowledge, spreading the effects of climate change, and hopefully helping address the situation for everyone.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sir, additional, sir, from Sir Mac Wilson de Sena.
Crops to greater. Yes, sir.
Please continue, sir.
For the food security, we can improve the efficiency of the production. So that's part of that's my thoughts for food security. So may I continue to the next? May mga questions. So any AI chatbot to chatbots? I think on what specific problem they have before sending them to the specific personnel in charge. So I see they can be a good thing for us if used in the right ways. So another question po. What is the impact of digital application in agricultural development? So that's another good question. So in agriculture development, you can, as I mentioned earlier, we can use Internet of Things in agriculture. So we can monitor our soil moisture, our temperature, and other factors to optimize our yields, our crop yields. So using that can be one possible application, and the impact is generally more efficient yields. So we can also using big data analytics to leverage these advanced technologies to improve our yields in agriculture. So simple. And it's a pretty big impact on agriculture development.
Okay, so thank you so much, Sir John Paul, for this. So is there any additional questions po? Okay, if none, so let's award the certificate of appreciation to our resource person. So may I read to you the citation? Republic of the Philippines, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Mr. John Paul Cordes in grateful appreciation and acknowledgement of his expertise as resource speaker on digital applications, innovations during the conduct of international webinar on recent Agri-trends 2023 with the theme Smart and Resilient Agriculture Towards Food Security, held on May 5, 2023 at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose, Pili, Camarines Sur, given this 5th day of May 2023 at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose, Pili, Camarines Sur. Signed, Dr. Claribel C. Haber, Dean, Graduate School. Signed, Dr. Alberto N. Naperi, SUC President 4. Once again, Sir John Paul, thank you po. And may I request everyone to please open your cameras for photo op. Ready? One, two, three, smile. Okay po. Okay, so our next resource person is all the way from the Institute of Plant Breeding, College of Agriculture and Food Sciences, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, Laguna. He is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, major in Horticulture, specializing in plant breeding. Also a graduate of Master of Science in Horticulture, minor in plant breeding, and currently has an ongoing study on Doctor of Philosophy by research in horticulture. He is involved in native orchid, native fruits and hibiscus, and other ornamental plants breeding. Propagation studies being done at FOCS, IPB, CAFS, UPLB from 2015 to present. He also published a book entitled Hibiscus, Importance and Classification, and engaged in various publications including ISI, Scopus, listed journals, journal articles accepted, journal articles provisionally accepted, modules, techno-guides, IEC materials, popular articles development. With his expertise on the field of plant breeding, he will give the topic on ornamental breeding. So let us all welcome Mr. Angelico O. San Pascual.
Ornamental plant breeding for this international conference. So let's start with some of the hybrids. No? We all know that there are different hybrids of hibiscus, for example, that are present in the market. Those are this with black or bluish with a white corona or a white petal. There are also other types of hybrids. And also in lantana, for example, we have those with different types of color. And these are good in ornamental plant breeding, and they are also wonderful when you see them in the gardens. So today, we will be presenting to you something about ornamental plant breeding. And this conference is about innovations and advancements. And one of the important advancements that we consider is not just the use of machines, the use of technology, but also making end users, even consumers, and even farmers in the development of technology. And in ornamental plant breeding, it is something that is attainable. Okay, so it is important that our end users and our farmers and our gardeners have a good what do you call this, participation in the breeding cycle or in the breeding methods. Okay, so the objectives of this talk is to introduce crop improvement in ornamental plants and also to make and acquaint our listeners on the different breeding methods that they can execute in their own gardens. It is important that farmers or gardeners know that they can do breeding in their homes. So this is just the background of our talk. So some of the some introduction, and then breeding ornamental plants and generating new varieties using different methods such as induced mutation, selection, and hybridization. So we all know that the Philippines is a biodiversity hotspot. We have many plants to utilize and to discover even. So for example, we have this vanda. We also have the jade and the strong Philodon macrobotrytis, no? And also this what we call staghorn fir. We also have a variety of orchids that are available in our forests or that are also being discovered nowadays. And the use of these ornamental plants in landscaping and in our gardens also provide income. Okay, so in one of our project proposals, we were able to have a proposal or craft a proposal that relates ornamental plants to food security. How? Many of our ornamental growers use ornamental plants to buy food. for them to gain income, since ornamental plants propagation and even development of them is also or are also income generating jobs and activities that many of the farmers and gardeners are also doing. It is very active here in Los Baños, for example, in Bay Laguna, where what do you call this? Bougainvillea is being propagated and being delivered to different places around the country. In your area in Central Bicol, we have cut flower production, and that that kind of business supports uh, income or supports families for them to have food or for them to buy their necessities. That's why it is always important that those in business of ornamental plants must always update and must always include and involve newer and newer plant varieties that may entice consumers to buy. Okay, so again, no, ornamental plants are needed for real estate developments, for greening programs, for landscaping and environmental sustainability, and even health and wellness. We all know nowadays that ornamental plants are also being used or being developed into food, tea, or medicine. Some are also incorporated in or are used to develop oils, essential oils, for example, or even soaps, no, that can also generate income. Landscaping and environmental sustainability, our native plants are being used, for example, by a big company in Manila in to in the landscaping of their malls or of their subdivisions or of their buildings. Okay, and the necessity of producing newer and new varieties that are better than the old ones with pest resistance, newer color combination, and newer flower quality or better flower quality is of prime importance. And the necessity of producing new varieties can be attained through plant breeding. Now we wanted plants that are drought resistant. We want plants that can resist sodic or saline soils, or plants that are resistant to diseases, plants that are hardier than the old ones, or plants that with thicker petals, or plants with longer duration of shelf life. These are important traits that can be improved through plant breeding. Most especially, we can do that in our own gardens. No, there are many reasons why breeders create their own ornamental variety. Now, first is curiosity, novelty, and the wanting to have a unique plant with unusual beauty that are used to generate income. No, as I have met private breeders of ornamentals, that's their primary characteristic. Curiosity. What will happen when I cross parent A with parent B? Will the plants be uniform? Will the plants show different colors? Will the plants show novelty? So this is something that we as agriculturists or as farmers or gardeners must have, the curiosity and even the eye to variability and to something that is unique. No? And quoting Mr. Pimentel, who said that finding out what will happen when we do intra or interspecific crossing can make us want to create our own variety. In our breeding block in Los Baños, we planted some hibiscus varieties or hibiscus crosses that we did pre-pandemic. And it is like Christmas because every day we 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 see newer and newer plants flowering, and that gives us some excitement because they are better than the old. And if we are to look closely, some of them may have resistance. Some may have a better quality. Or if you will still observe, some of the plants will have longer shelf life. So my boss, for example, said that it's so interesting. Excuse me. That the change in one character, for example, flower form or flower color, can make a variety unique. Okay, so in ornamental plant breeding, what we want is variability. It is one of the prime importance of ornamental plant breeding. We do not want just one color. No? We always seek and seek and seek newer and newer flower color combinations or quality or better quality of plants. No? In ornamentals, we do not just want a yellow petunia. We want also a red one. Or we do not just want a red hibiscus. We wanted a white one. We wanted a yellow one. And we wanted a combination of these colors. And that entices consumers to buy when they see them. Oh, we wanted a flower with petals, or we wanted a flower with fragrance, or we wanted a flower with longer shelf life. That is also good traits that entice consumers when we were able to develop these types of plants. So, what are the different ways of generating new varieties that we can do at home? First is selection, wherein we select from the wild or from our existing population if we have. Next is induced mutation and also hybridization. There are also other ways of generating new varieties, such as non-conventional plant breeding methods using molecular techniques, such as gene editing or gene gun by genetic engineering. But we will focus on these three because these three are those that can be done in our homes. Okay. So number one is selection. No, we select from the wild or from our existing population. It is somehow the simplest way because you just select. No, just look out. No, so it involves joining, for example, or going on field trips wherein your interest abounds. For example, you wanted to go to Makiling, you wanted to go somewhere else, and then you were able to collect some plants. No? In one of the seminars that I attended before, the speaker is a collector of ferns, and he joins marathons, mga walks, ganyan. And then kapag meron daw siyang, if ever may nakikita daw siya na kakaiba or something unique, pinipicturean daw niya yun and then he geotags. No? And then after some time, mababalikan niya and he will collect the plant or he will get some propagules so that hindi naman mawala yung halaman doon sa area. So you collect variants of the plants in its natural habitat. Okay? And this is one orchid that has been selected from the wild. So the goal is to be always on the lookout. And there are many new plant varieties that are somehow that you see, or plant species that you see in the internet that have been collected or selected from the wild, like this one, which is the JC's vine. This is Strongylodon Juan Gonzalezi. No? This is named after Dr. Juan Gonzalez of Animal Biology Division of UPLB. And I got this picture from the Twitter account of Masungi Geo Reserve because the plant flowered this season. And it is very important to note that jade vine somehow greenish, but this vine is violet at some point, or I don't know what, lilac or something. So the difference in color again can cause or can make us a new variety, given that it is that you can find it in the next generation. And this is selected from the wild. Others are this Hoya, for example. This is Hoya benguetensis. There are similars that are found in different areas in Siniloan, in Cagayan, and also some other wild cultivars. And these were collected from the wild. As you see, no, they have different colors. They have different petal colors, and also they have different flower forms. And these are all collected from the wild. Another version is the different color forms of Hoya camphorifolia. No? Even in one species, as you can see, there are different flower forms. And these have been collected from the wild from the last 5 years. No, so maybe you just be on. You just have to be always on the lookout to see or to maybe discover new plants with different color forms or plant forms, for example, that you may register or you may investigate. Okay, so after selecting, the variety should show stability, distinctness, and uniformity. Okay, so nowadays, there are tests to show uh, how one is different from the other using molecular methods or using molecular tools. But we also have to check the plant in terms of its stability across generation, how distinct it is from the varieties that are present, and also if the plant is uniform, no? Meaning if you if you propagate, for example, 10 plants, will those 10 plants have the same characteristic? Or, for example, in one stem, in one vine of that plant, will it produce another type? Or maybe it's just because of the environment. So we must always test, we must always seek these characters: stability, distinctness, and uniformity. And we have new Hoyas, new ferns, and new aglaonimas that have been collected from the wild. So in both natural habitats and in domesticated populations of plants, there are what we call spontaneous mutations, or these are called sports. And these natural mutations have altered characteristics. No? One example is the green leaf to purple stripe Rios patisseia, if you know this bangka-bangkaan. So this is a mutant, a sport mutant. And there are many occurring sport mutants in, for example, in protons or even in bougainvillea that you must always observe somehow or siguro investigate, no? Makikita lang din natin sila when we look into the plants, no? Maybe kakaiba ito. And then after that, you may isolate those plants and then test if the characteristic is present across time, no? Maybe kasi baka dahil there's shading effect, or maybe the plant is malnourished. So we will see, no? That's why we need to test for stability, distinctness, and uniformity. Now, this one is a spontaneous mutant, no? Isolated by D.L. O'Malley from Kahoy Dalaga, no? The female parent is Musaenda philippica, but he was able to isolate Musaenda philippica aurorae or Doña Aurora. As you see dito sa isa lang yung bract, but a mutant developed, no, multiple bracts having what we call added beauty, kumbaga. No, syempre, kung mag-isa lang naman yung bract, parang hindi naman siya ganun kaaya-aya or it's not that appealing. but when you select something like this, no, this can be a new variety because it is somehow distinct from the parent plant, okay? Because it has more bracts, no, and it has ornamental potential. So you must always seek for sports or spontaneous mutants and then isolate them, propagate them by cutting or by seeds, no? Mas maganda sana kung cuttings, no? And then evaluate for uniqueness, uniformity, and stability. And then you may release that as a variety. Siyempre, we should be following the rules of the National Seed Industry Council of the Philippines regarding the release, characterization, and registration of new varieties. Next is induced mutation. So we're finished with selection. Now let's go with induced mutation. When genetic variation is limited, mutation induction is the alternative approach to create variation within a crop. So you induce, you induce mutation using different materials. And this approach can offer the possibility of inducing desired traits that cannot be found in nature or have been lost due to evolution. Okay, so this is one of the examples of a mutant induced mutant. So mutation that is induced can be done through physical, using ultraviolet rays, X-rays, and gamma rays, and then the others using chemicals. Okay. For the chemicals, we have ethane, methyl sulfonate, and colchicine. In the other panel, as you see, this is an approach to developing sampaguita in our laboratory, wherein we try to do physical mutation in our sampaguita, local sampaguita. We exposed the plants to different levels of gamma rays, and then we plant the cuttings. No, we expose the cuttings and then we plant them in in batches or in pots, and then we observe their flowering. A is, as you see, A is the control, and then B, C, D are uh, some of the mutants. Okay, so as you can see, no, there have been changes in the flower color. However, it's not that desirable yet. So maybe we can do some other approaches to further improve sampaguita to make it pink. No? However, we can use other tools naman or molecular approaches for that. Now we also use the chemical method using colchicine for chromosome doubling. If you wanted plants with thicker leaves, for example, or bigger flowers, or somehow with bigger plant structure, maybe through the approaches of these chemical and physical mutants or mutagens, we can somehow induce these mutations. And this can be done, no? Physical mutation, you can always ask or schedule for exposure of some of the plants to certain rays or certain physical mutagens through the Philippine Nuclear Research Institute. No? You can find it in their website, how to schedule for you to expose your plants to these mutagens, okay? So what materials can be used for mutation induction? Well, anything. No? Somehow seeds, corms, bulbs, tubers, rhizomes, stem cuttings, and even tissue cultured materials such as callus, protocorms, and proliferating shoots. So this cordyline is a mutant, and also this one is also a mutant. If the plant is difficult to flower, if it is difficult to produce viable seeds due to incompatibility, flower morphology, seasonality of flowering, if there are abortive embryos, and those plants with long growing periods such as trees and shrubs, you may use induced mutation. Okay, also some other mutants. And in one of our experiments, we were able to observe early flowering of Phalaenopsis aphrodite irradiated with 15 gray. No? So we were able to induce earlier flowering from 1.8 years compared to the 3 years incubation period na nasa greenhouse siya. We also observe violet dots on the petals of those flowers. As you see on the lower panel, a plant with the Phalaenopsis aphrodite is white. No? So this is D, no? The untreated one. But we were able to develop three mutants from that with different types of flower forms or flower color combinations. And this can be registered as a new variety given that you see stability, uniformity, and distinctness. Somehow it is distinct from the control, because the control is purely white. But we have to also check for stability and uniformity. This is published in one of our papers. And another one is this Muraya Ibarra Santos. It is a semi-dwarf, flowering, fruiting all year round, Muraya. The cordyline fruticosa, from this itchy red, we develop this Medina. No? As you see, the color is reddish, but you develop a mutant that is with white and green color combinations. And it's very distinct from the parent. Also, this is kiwi, able to develop a fable. From this Maria to ito sunbeam. Frasinesia, again, I have to clarify, these are two mutants, Dracena sanderiana, the Maria, and then the sunbeam. Next is Frasinesia, golden stairs. So, ayan po siya. And then Sansevieria trifasciata, from moonshine to sword of Ibe. Okay, so these are some of the examples of what we call mutations or induced mutation. Now, let's go to the last method, is hybridization. Now here, it brings together desired traits found in different plant lines into one plant line via cross-pollination. So as you can see here, the hibiscus varieties, Dominica revilias, we were able to develop them by crossing two varieties of gumamela. Hybridization is also done in Canna, and pollination here is very important. So we develop seeds, you develop new plants, and you must know your flower so that you may know how are you going to pollinate, when are you going to pollinate. Ayan. And why do we pollinate or why do we hybridize? Breeders hybridize because they wanted for personal reasons. If they are curious which plant, what will be the offspring of crossing these two plants. Or we wanted to create newer and better cultivar and to create their own for their keepsake, and then also for commercial purposes. On the other panel, as you can see, these are some of the pollen grains that are germinating. These are the pollen tubes, and these pollen tubes are the ones that deliver the sperm to the ovary na siya namang imi-meet ng ating egg cell. So for you to have a breeding procedure, you must have a breeding objective. Ano bang objective natin? So we have to select kasi the parents. So what are the characteristics of the parent and what are the traits that you wanted to improve? So somehow you must have a parent that have an improved trait, and then you cross that with another one. Okay, so we wanted to exploit hybrid vigor or heterosis, wherein heterosis is the ability yung offspring mo is better than the averages of the two parents. So you collect after that, after having a breeding objective, you collect specific ornamental plant of your choice. Then again, choose the best parent to use. So you must have a wide variety of plants, no? And then you do your pollination, given the proper time, the proper conditions, and then monitor pod development, harvest the seeds, sow the seeds, and then you plant them. No? In hibiscus, that's what we do. No, we pack them in individual plastic pots at 2-leaf stage and monitor the plant growth, conduct preliminary selections, and then further selection can be done. From that, you may see reduced from thousands to just 10 best individual plants. So again, this is, for example, anthurium. No? We have many hybrids of anthurium before. And you propagate asexually to produce at least 10 plants per selection. And then evaluate for uniformity and stability. And then make final selection of the most promising cross. Name that final selection and register with the bona fide agency before releasing it. Okay? So again, ease of difficulty in pollination varies with different species. That's why I said earlier, we should know our plant. And there is what we call differential temporal maturity of stamen and stigma. Now, in our plant breeding courses before, we have to wake up early so that we have to make sure that the pollen dehisces, and you are not late with that dehiscence. And then the stigma is also receptive because kapag medyo nag-init na siya or kapag nagtanghali na, wala na yung pollen, hindi na din receptive si stigma. So you have to know that. You have to investigate your plant. So two factors, antidehiscence and then stigmatic receptivity. Stigmatic receptivity, this is the time wherein the stigma can receive the pollen. And then antidehiscence, it's when it bursts or kailan siya naglalabas ng pollen grains. Okay, so we have to know that. Maybe sometime nagkakaroon ng different times yung antidehiscence and stigmatic receptivity. What we do is we collect the anther or the pollen, and then we just brush the pollen doon sa stigma during the time na receptive siya. Okay? And again, you should know your flower structure because different plants will have different flower structure. And different flower structure may also mean that you have different types of breeding approaches or kumbaga pollination methods. Okay? So for example, canna, as you see, the pollen is there, and then the stigma is at the top. Stargazer, the pollen is above, the pollen is below, and then the stigma is right above it, no? And then for Yuante or for Vanda, as you see, no, you have to remove first the pollinia, no, and then put it inside the stigma. So, ayun. And then also for Gumamela, and then for Philodendron. And sometimes we also test for pollen germination, because sometimes pollinate tayo ng pollinate, but our pollen is not germinable, it's not viable. So we do staining using iodine, potassium iodide structural stain. This structural stain provides information on the presence of sugars that can be used by the material or by the plant. or by the pollen. However, we also have other stains such as acetocarmine that is also um, a measure or a stain that can detect viability somehow. But there are also other ways to detect viability using germination test, using the Brubaker and Quack's medium, wherein you in vitro grow the pollen and then you count those pollen that germinate and develop pollen tube. And here, as you can see, I think these are papaya pollens that are germinating after 4 hours of exposure to room temperature with high humidity. So in hibiscus, this is in my bachelor's thesis, no, as you see, some of the pollen grains are not stained, some are stained, no. So those yellow ones are those that are unviable, and the black ones are viable. So this is also in Cana, in Ondoy Acosta et al. 2020, wherein as you see, no, this is the pollen grains that are stained using iodine, the first one. At the middle, those that are stained with acetocarmine. The darker the color, the more viable it is. And then you confirm it using germination test via Brubaker and Quacks. And these are some of the hybrids that she developed. No? Two of the putative hybrids that she developed. So this is how we do pollination hibiscus. No, we select two plants, two flowers, and then we cross them, and then we let them grow and develop into pods, into seeds, and then we grow them. And these are some of the hybrids that we published before. No, as you see, no, somehow it is a mixture of the parents. Some are very different from the parent. And again, this is very exciting because something new may also mean that you may generate new varieties that you can use for additional income. No? Other new varieties of hibiscus, and also again hybridization will produce Doña Alicia of Musaenda philippica with Musaenda erythrophylla. Also, in orchids, we do that. However, in orchids, we need tissue culture techniques so that we can grow them since orchids do not have endosperm. So it needs artificial food for it to grow. So other pictures. And then again, no, this one is a mutant, no, carnation using ion beams. No? So it's very nice to see that mutation can occur and a change in color may be used as a basis of our new varieties. Some of the hybrids of cordyline, Fair Lady, Rochelle Rose, Yellow Confetti, Cherry Flame, these are developed by Dr. R.L. Reyes from Bukidnon. Other hybrids, ayan. Medyo madami, no? Dami niyang hybrids na na-develop from cordyline. Ayan. So as you see, no, iba-iba. The plants have distinct characteristics. They have some of them have narrow leaves, some of them have wide leaves, some of them have white colored leaves, some have combination of different colors, etc. We also have Aglaonema hybrids. Some of them. Some of them are released commercially. No? So again, no, some of the hybrids of Musaenda that have been developed. So in conclusion, no, there are multiple reasons that favor generating our own variety. And there are different ways that we can generate our own ornamental variety that can be used for to support our income generating businesses. No, we can select from the wild, we can induce mutation, and we can do hybridization. Selecting from the wild may mean joining troops and to be always on the lookout for changes or variation in your population or in the environment. Induced mutation can be done using physical and chemical mutagens, while hybridization can be done by pollination. But first, you must know the floral biology of the plant. Do not always forget to set an objective for your breeding, and do not forget to keep your records. You must test your plants for uniformity, stability, and uniqueness. So again, no, are you ready to make your garden more exciting, to make it income generating by producing new varieties? So again, thank you for giving me this chance to talk about ornamental breeding. And I hope many of you will go into ornamental breeding for additional income, uh, to feed your curiosity, and to contribute to science and technology. Thank you very much. So I will be accepting questions now.
Thank you, Mr. Angelico O. San Pascual. It introduced new opportunities and possibilities on how us students do crop improvement, especially for our ornamental plants. I think we can be able to execute it in our garden. As he said, it is interesting that a change in one character, especially flower colors or forms, already makes a variety unique. A round of applause to our resource speaker, Mr. Angelico San Pascual. Okay, let's see if there is any queries or question from our participants. So at least 3 questions for the presentation of Sir San Pascual. So we have question from Mac Wilson Dicena. So let me read the question, sir. So we all know that hybridization may drive rare taxa to extinction through genetic swamping, where the rare form is replaced by hybrids. My question is, how are we going to stop this taxa extinction while providing sustainable development?
Hello?
Okay, sir.
Can you repeat the question? Medyo naputol dun sa huli.
Okay, sir. So his question is, how are we going to stop this taxa extinction while providing sustainable development in crop production and crop science?
Thank you for that that insight, that question. Actually, more than the plant breeding part, we must also have what we call germplasm conservation. It is always tied together. So it is important that since plant breeders collect plants, so it is also a way of conserving them. So it is our tasks as plant breeders or as researchers to also conserve them and propagate them even though in small quantities. For example, there are issues really when we use our wild types or wild plants or those plants collected in the wild. No, marami talagang issues regarding collection of these plants, and some of them are illegal. And some of our plants somehow may mga ganun sources. May mga naririnig kasi ako na some sources are illegal. But what we do is more than we use them for hybridization, we also propagate them as they are, or we asexually propagate them, and then we try to bring it back to the environment or to the place where we collect them. It is important, for example, to have some collaborations with, for example, the Philippine Native Plant Conservation Society of the Philippines, wherein they can um, they can get those plants from us, and somehow they can help us manage the conservation and propagation of these plants. So I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you po.
Yes.
So we have another question, sir. So from Jose Tormes, do we have any GMO ornamental plants in the Philippines?
Okay. As of the moment, as far as I know, we don't have GMO ornamental plant developed here in the country. No, maybe there are some that are being what do you call this? Yung mga ini-export sa atin. But that something na developed here in the country, wala pa. In the past, there were actually ornamental plants that have been developed. For example, those with delphinitin genes or those with blue genes. Since blue genes, for example, is not very naturally occurring. So some plants, we get the blue genes and then transfer it to, for example, to chrysanthemum, and that was done in the past. But in the country, in the Philippines, there are no developments yet on the use of GMOs for ornamental plants. But maybe we can do that soon. Since it is also a new way to develop plants. For example, we can develop plants with luciferase gene. When they say luciferase genes, those are genes that are glow in the dark. No, we do that in glowfish in fishes. So we incorporate some researchers incorporated the luciferase gene in the genetic makeup of the fish, making the fish glow. So maybe we can do that in our in our plants, in our flowers, no, so that even though in the dark you can see our flowers. Also, some approaches are done in some crops to extend the vase life using what they call altering the genes that are concerned with the biosynthesis of ethylene. We all know that ethylene is concerned or is the one responsible for ripening, the one responsible for um, senescence. So those things that are some of the things that we can do in the country, given that we follow the rules, regulations of the National Biosafety Commission of the Philippines when we are to do this type of work. So, to answer your question, again, wala pa po na nade-develop na ornamental plants na genetically modified in the country, but there may be siguro exported, but there are no records yet. And again, it is possible to develop GMO ornamental plants. We just have to know our breeding objective, and we we must have our specific timeline and specific protocols for that, and we have to follow the laws of the land regarding handling and development of genetically modified organisms. I hope I answered your question, Mr. Tormes.
Okay, so thank you, sir. Another question, sir, from Kim Jan Nate. Are there instances where induced ornamental mutants revert back to their non-mutated forms?
Yes. Thank you for that question, Sir Nate. Yes, actually, that's why we have to test for stability. We have to test for uniformity, and we have to test for distinctness, because some of the mutations are point mutations, and some of the mutations are somehow corrected, or some mutations are not that strong to be expressed on the next generation. That's why we have to test it. We have to always characterize those plants, because if the trait is unstable at some point, therefore, hindi natin siya pwedeng ilabas as a variety. Okay, so we have to make sure that at first generation, second generation, even third or fourth generation, the trait will be stable and the trait is expressed. That's when we can ensure that our plants can be a candidate variety when we use or when we have the mutation approach. Ayun po. I hope I answered your question.
Okay, thank you, sir. Last two questions. So, from Jmar Galag, what are some examples of negative effects of plant breeding?
Okay, medyo mahirap yung tanong. Though, there are threats, for example, in our wild types or our wild plants, because in hybridization, for example, syempre, in conventional plant breeding, we have uh, we have to select. And when we select, there are plants that we do not select, right? So those that we do not select are those undesirable plants. But when we lose them, there are some traits associated with those plants that may also somehow lost, 'di ba? So minsan nakakasayang kasi maybe in the future that can be done or that can be used, or maybe today negative yung trait, but in the future that may be something helpful. So what we do is, again, we tie with genetic conservation, with germplasm conservation. That's why these threats should be seen as opportunities. Okay, that can be, kumbaga, kailangan natin siyang tignan as oportunidad to somehow hindi talaga magkaroon ng negative effect. Now, another negative effect is, again, when we use wild types tapos hindi na siya nagagamit, since most of our plants na pinoproduce ay yung mga hybrids or yung mga improved varieties. Some of our heirloom varieties are not given priority, no? Kaya minsan maunti na lang yung naitatanim at minsan nagiging extinct na din sila. So what we do in plant breeding, we also improve in deadlines. Kumbaga, despite na hindi siya masyadong ginagamit, we must also improve these lines because these lines, even though low yielding, may also contain other important traits. That's why, again, in plant breeding, it is always tied up with germplasm conservation, because we wanted our germplasm to be present at all times whenever the plant breeder needs it. May it be an undesirable one, or may it contain undesirable or not that helpful traits, but maybe in the future that can be used. So germplasm conservation is really needed, lalo ngayon. There are also approaches to do germplasm conservation. Seed storage, in situ conservation, itatanim natin sa field. We also do cryopreservation, tissue culture, so that we can somehow efficiently conserve these plants given small spaces. Yan, yung mga cryopreservation, mas matagal na panahon na pwede sa atin siyang itabi when we expose them to very low temperature. So, ayun po, there are negative effects, but we can use those negative effects as opportunities to further improve and somehow do not forget those na mga nagamit natin in the past. I hope I answered your question, Mr. Galan.
Okay, so thank you, sir. For the last question, sir, from Miss Mary Grace S. Milan, how can ornamental breeding contribute to conservation efforts, such as by promoting the use of native plants and reducing the threat of invasive species?
That's a very wonderful question, Miss Mary Grace. No, one important thing that we do here in our breeding programs is to incorporate our native plants or our local varieties to be improved. No, there are really problems with pests and diseases, and even drought and waterlogging. And we wanted to strengthen these plants. We wanted to strengthen our plants through genetic improvement. And by that, we conserve these plants. So again, I said earlier, we may conserve them as true, kumbaga yung kung ano yung meron siyang trait, but we can also improve them by crossing it to other plants na mayroong resistance. By that point, hindi natin nawawala yung halaman or yung line na meron tayo because it is used to develop hybrids. And when we develop hybrids, kailangan meron tayong inbreds, meron tayong parents. For example, no, let's give one instance. For example, papaya. We are developing also kasi fruit crops. And yes, we develop hybrids. But our prized possessions or our treasures are our parents. So, when we tie with international companies, for example, what they buy are the parent seeds. That's why we have to always and always purify and improve and select our grassroots, kumbaga yung ating inbred lines. So, breeding can produce something new, but it can also conserve those that are present. So, kumbaga, we have to improve our line by yung mga native plants natin, we have to improve them by selfing, but we can also produce hybrids using them. And how are we going to reduce invasive species? Well, it is important to utilize our native plants. Kasi lalo ngayon, ang daming mga halaman. During the pandemic, there are a lot of plants that are coming in the country. 'Di ba? So, some of them have what we call diseases or insect pests that may affect our native plants. So what we do is we use our native plants, no? For me, mas okay talaga na gamitin natin sa landscape natin yung ating native plants because it does not only support our native plant conservation, but it can also support animals, insects, and other microbiomes that are associated with those plants since these plants are here in the country. So to attack or to counterattack the effect of the invasive species, gamitin natin yung ating mga native plants and utilize them first, prioritize them first in breeding, in developing varieties. I hope I answered your question, Miss Milan.
Okay, so thank you, sir. So is there any other additional question from our online participants? I think none na po. So, okay, let's proceed to the award of Certificate of Appreciation to our resource person. So, may I read to you the citation? So, Republic of the Philippines, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Dr. 𝐈𝐍𝐍𝐄𝐄𝐍𝐀 in grateful appreciation and acknowledgement of his expertise as resource speaker on ornamental breeding during the conduct of international webinar on recent Agri-trends 2023 with the theme Smart and Resilient Agriculture Towards Food Security held on May 5, 2023 at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose, given this 5th day of May 2023 at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose, Pilicamarines Sur. Signed, Dr. Claribel C. Haber, Dean, Graduate School. Signed, Alberto N. Naperi, Dr. Alberto N. Naperi, SUC President 4. Once again, thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. 𝐈𝐍𝐍𝐄𝐄𝐍𝐀. So,
ano pa po yan, future pa po yung doktor. So, just call me Anjo or Mr.
okay,
Santas.
sir.
That's okay.
So, kiniklaim na
Anyway,
natin, sir.
have a wonderful day and have a great weekend.
Sir, may I request a photo opportunity with
Yes.
our fellow Okay, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, so once again, thank you, sir. Alangelico O. San Pascual. So,
You're welcome
excited kami,
po.
sir, na maging doktor ka na po.
You're welcome. Have a great weekend.
Okay, so let's have a 10-minute health break para po doon sa aming mga online participant para makapag-snack or makapag-ano naman tayo. Okay? So be back at 3 p.m. Thank you po. doon sa ating attendance form. Okay. So yung ating pong evaluation sent after po nitong ating international webinar, right after our international webinar. So antayin lang po natin. Kung meron pa po kayong mga tanong, pwede nyo pa din pong i-send dito sa ating chat box kung may mga concern, clarifications, suggestions. Okay, so while waiting po for our next resource speaker. Okay naman kayo dyan? From Region 2? Region 3? Region 4A? 4B? Region 6? 7? Yan, so madami pa. 8? From Region 9? So from Region 10? From Region 11? Okay, so nandyan pa sila. And then from Region 12? Okay, from Region 13? Yan. So nakalimutan pala natin, syempre, yung host region. So yung pinakamarami. So pusuan nyo naman, Region 5. So kahit hapon na, ang energy ay sobra-sobra pa. Okay, so shout out po doon sa aming teacher, si Ma'am Bindi Dayan Orit. So isa din siyang participant sa ating international webinar. Okay, so from horticultural students daw, sabi ni Sir Ronel. So, nandyan ka pa ba, ma'am? Yan, pinusuan na ni ma'am. So, nandito siya. Okay, shout out din po doon sa ating mga participant ng mga learning site for agriculture ng Agricultural Training Institute. Nandito din po sila. Present din po yung mga faculty ng Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Nandito din po si Ma'am Ana Bebandor. Siyempre, nandito din po si Ma'am Lizalyn Ampungan. Shout out din po sa mga kasamahan namin dyan sa Department of Agriculture, Regional Field Office 5. So, nandyan po si Miss Rubian Iraula. Okay, so shout out din po sa aming professor na kasama ngayon, si Ma'am Melchora Abonal. Yan. And syempre, kasama din dito yung isa sa pinaka-favorite kong teacher ng undergraduate, si Ma'am May Lustre. So, nakita ko si Ma'am May. Pusuan mo naman, Ma'am May. makita namin. Ano po, while waiting po sa ating resource person. So, siya kasi ay international resource person. Kaya kailangan antay-antayin muna natin siya. Okay, shout out din kay Miss Judy Ann Saldo. Makuha. Kasama din natin si Miss Amy Beth Vergara Berte. And of course, nandito din po si Miss Elza Irino Junio. Shout out din, ma'am. Okay po. Siyempre, shout out ko din yung aming napakagandang Center Director, Ma'am Elsa A. Para. Yan. Okay. Sir Yan Angel Ray. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for watching our international webinar. Alright. Okay. So, shout out din po kay Ma'am Melinda Pan. So, live na live po tayo ngayon sa Balangibog FB page. Okay, so may nanunood din kasama natin from Abu Dhabi. So, hindi lang talaga pang Pilipinas, pang international pa. So, hi sir, hi ma'am Million. Napakama ng Million. We hope po na marami kayong natutunan po doon sa mga naunang discussion. Carlo D. Chavales. And of course, nandito din po ang aming kasamahan ng faculty from CBSUA, Ma'am Carmencita Portocat. So, pusuan nyo naman, ma'am. Then Mundo Dima. Hi ma'am, good afternoon po. Yan, shout out din po kay Miss Kita Doña Branzuela Abalos Basera. Good afternoon ma'am. Kasama din po natin ngayon. Nandito siyang participant from Camarines Norte, Engineer Seth Salvanera. So, kapartner namin yan from DLGU Camarines Norte. Shout out din po kay Miss Jen UA from Region 5. Shout out. Comment nyo lang po sa ating comment box. Para habang nag-text po tayo sa ating ay pabati naman namin yung mga nanonood. Okay, shout out din po. Kasama natin ngayon si Miss Marjorie de la Vega Lorica from Sigaw. shout out din sa aming napakaganda dean ng graduate school, Dr. Claribel Caber. Gusto ka naman, ma'am. Shout out din po kay Ma'am Michelle Matienzo at Ma'am Era Habla ng Sorsogon State University, Castilla Campus. Shout out din po from Capalonga College, Capalonga, Camarines Norte, Miss Rachel Marca. Hi, ma'am. Okay, syempre, shout out din po sa lahat ng faculties ng Department of Animal Science ng CBSUA from Sir Neil Cordenete. Shout out din po sa MDRRMO ng Calabanga, Camarines Sur. Okay, hi po, kay Miss Jenny naman ito at nabatid ko kanina sa Miss Jen UA. So, siya pala ay alumna ng CBSUA. Shout out din po sa aming mga PGS, mga future PGS certified farms from Camarines Norte. Shout out din po sa mga RA and mga farm worker. Ng CBSUA Agri-trends. kay Daniel Abalayan, MDRRMO Calabanga from Ronel Gasea. Shoutout po kay Raymart Ablao from Renil Plana. So, shoutout po sa mga BS Agriculture student of Kapalonga College, Kapalonga, Camarines Norte from Acer Marco. So to our dear participants, thank you for being patient with us. So, and okay. So our last but not the least resource person who will tackle about mechanization, post-harvest, logistics, and marketing is no other than Miss 𝐈𝐍𝐓𝐄𝐑𝐍𝐀𝐄𝐓. Okay, so she is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering and also a master's degree in agricultural production chain management. She receives various citations and awards since 2016, including first prize in the regional, first prize and national qualifier. So invention, computer vision system for mango sorting and grading, Likha Award from the DOST Regional Invention Contest and Exhibit Region 3. So first place, technical paper, development of mechanical hole digger for selected plantation crops. Given by the Society of Agricultural and Biosystem Engineering Convention. So now she is the acting chief of the Agricultural Mechanization Division, Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, Science City of Muñoz, Nueva Ecija. Let us all welcome Miss 𝐈𝐍𝐓𝐄𝐑𝐍𝐀𝐄𝐓.
Good afternoon.
Okay, ma'am. So good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you na po for the delay.
Okay po.
So let me share my screen, please. Can I have access to share po? Mama. Is it visible now? Visible na po?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yes. Good afternoon. I hope maka-impart po ako sa inyong knowledge this afternoon. Maybe I will not be able to cover all the things that you wanted us to share, but I hope I'll be successful in sharing with you all the things that we are doing at Film. I will be talking on the agricultural mechanization in the Philippines in general, and also I will be sharing with you some of the programs and projects that we have, that our government is doing in terms of mechanization. And the last part would be, what are we doing at Philmec in terms of post-harvest mechanization and other logistics? And also, what are our targets and the directions of our agency in terms of this mechanization and post-harvest? First, I would like to introduce, for those who don't know our agency, we are the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, or we call it PhilMec. We are under the Department of Agriculture, and we spearhead the development of, or we are mandated to generate, extend, and commercialize appropriate and problem-oriented agriculture and fishery post-harvest technologies, practices, and also systems. Now, how is our mechanization in the Philippines? To give you a very brief scenario of how we are doing in terms of mechanization, bear with me in my next slide. We have a very big challenge in the agricultural sector for us to reach our goal of food security, increased competitiveness, and farm productivity. What we have right now as pressing challenges would be meeting food demand, our aging farmers and fisher folks, of course, medyo nagkakaedad na po sila, and also the expiration of price quantitative restriction or the tariff, and also the regional economic integration and the climate and disaster risks that we are facing right now. And we have this big gap in between attaining our goal with these pressing challenges in the agriculture. And mechanization is seen as the bridge to gap these challenges that we are facing. The development, manufacture, and adoption and use of appropriate and cost-effective agri-machinery is seen to improve land and labor productivity and also reduce our post-harvest losses that we have right now. And with the intervention of mechanization in agriculture, we are positive or we are hopeful that we will be able to attain our goal of having food security and that we are increasing our competitiveness or our competitive advantage over our neighboring Asian countries and the global market, and also of our productivity in the farms that we have right now. Just to give you an idea of how is mechanization, the latest po that we can give you is the PhilMech data of 2011. Ito din po yung ginagamit natin ng DA. So one of the lowest level in Asia, we have seen po, no, ang bagal po ng growth ng mechanization sa atin. From 1990s na 0.52, we were able to reach lang 1.23 for all crops noon pong 2011. And for rice and corn, we have 2.31 from 0.52. So imagine po natin yung ganun kahaba na years, we only have this very small increase in terms of mechanization. What are the issues? Bakit po kaya hindi natin ito mapataas or hindi tayo nag-increase that much sa ating po ng level of mechanization sa ating country? One would be low competitiveness ng ating mga locally manufactured machinery. So makikita po natin ito. Very evident po ito na medyo nahihirapan yung ating mga local manufacturer in producing quality machineries or technologies na para maging competitive po sila dun sa ating mga imported na dumadating sa ating bansa. And also, we have limited na testing centers po ng agri-machinery. We mean here yung AMTEC. If you know AMTEC, sila po yung authorized na magkaroon ng testing para po maging compliant ang ating mga agri-machineries sa ating pong market. So para maging compliant sila sa standards, at maging commercial na po yung kanilang unit. So, limited po ito. And also, yung mga R&D outputs po natin from the research institutions that we have, medyo mabagal yung transfer nito, unlike in other countries. And one of the reasons pa rin yung limited number of skilled and competent na agri-machinery operators and technicians. The experience po namin sa PhilMech, kapag po nagtitrain kami, when we are introducing new technologies or even the ones that we are granting through the RCEF, yung tinuruan namin pagbalik ng mga ilang buwan or napapalitan na naman. So ang tendency, we have to train again and napupunta sila sa ibang industry. So that is one of the limitations then why the mechanization in our country is very low. So nawawala po sila and transferring to other industries. And also yung limited access. So I hope you agree with me on this kasi ngayon po yung ating mga service centers very limited talaga, hindi pwedeng hindi pa siya ganun karami that our agri-machinery users, our farmers can access. So ito po yung isang dahilan din ng ating low mechanization. And last na tingin ko po ay napaka-importante, this is the budgetary constraint. So mga research agencies po, we are proposing proposals and projects based on, towards mechanization, pero hindi po ganon kalaki. Minsan, madalas po natitrim yung mga budget, and we believe that's one of the reasons why po yung ating mechanization ay hindi natin mapataas. Pero ang government po natin is continuing to offer programs and projects para po ma-address natin itong mga different programs na to, yung different problems natin and issues kapag pinag-uusapan po ang agricultural mechanizations. And some of the programs na isa-cite ko po dito are those that affects really yung mechanization, and that those projects na involve po ang aming opisina, because that's the only projects that we can say a lot. So, una po, yung Republic Act number 8435. Ito po yung Agricultural and Fisheries Modernization Act of 1997. So, meron din po ito na panibago, na binago pong amendment yung sections 109 and 112. Ito pong act na ito is prescribing urgent related measures to modernize the agriculture and fishery sectors of the country in order to enhance their profitability and prepare sectors to the challenges of globalization. So ito po ay nakafocus sa delivery ng necessary support services and appropriate funds po to support this law. Another would be the Republic Act number 10601, or the 𝐈𝐍𝐓 law. So alam na alam po natin to, yung Agricultural and Fishery Mechanization Law. This law naman po shall apply to the research and development. Dito naman po, it's more on the R&D and extension, promotion, distribution, supply, and assembly, also manufacturing and regulation, use of operation. Dito very specific po tinitingnan yung mga aspeto ng mechanization that this law is supporting. Kaya po ito ay kinreate. And just recently, ito po yung Republic Act number 11023, or the Rice Tarification Law. Meron po itong 4 na components. It is promulgated to ensure food security and to make the country's agriculture viable, efficient, and globally competitive. So yung 4 po na, this is a 10 billion. Yung 10 billion po na to ay galing dahil tinanggal na po natin yung restriction natin sa mga rice importation. Yung tariffs po na nakukuha doon ay binigay at binabalik sa ating farmers 10 billion a year sa 4 pong components. So one would be, the biggest chunk goes to mechanization. So ito po ay 5 billion a year, and ang implementing agency po dito is PhilMech. So we are granting or giving our FCAs, our farmers cooperatives and agencies na para ma-enhance yung kanilang rice productivity or yung production po nila. So nagbibigay po tayo dito ng mga rice machineries like tractors, combine harvesters, up to milling po. Nagbibigay tayo dito sa under this law. So that's 5 billion a year. The 3 billion goes to seeds na ini-implement naman po ng field rice. And 1 billion is being given to ATI. This is for the extension training. And also PhilMech is part of that extension training. And credit po is given to Land Bank and DBP para po mag-implement naman sila ng mga loan sa ating mga farmers to enhance the rice productivity of our farmer organization. So dito po ang beneficiaries ay farmers and farm workers and their dependents. So ito po yung sinusuportahan nitong Republic Act po na yung Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. Ayan. So these are some of the machineries po na binibigay natin, and siguro po familiar na kayo. If you would see, lagi pong updated ang aming Facebook page at ang lahat po ng aming mga social media channels doon po sa mga nangyayaring mga turnovers ng ating pong mga machinery sa ating mga farmers. And just recently po, ito naman yung po yung sa COCO levy. So kung aware po tayo, meron din pong fund ang COCO levy which ay na-promulgate po ito. Ito yung act na nag-create ng Coconut Farmers and Industry Trust Fund providing for its management, utilization, reconstitution for the purpose of Philippine Coconut Authority Board. So dito naman po, ang papel po ng PhilMec is under the program component 5. Ito po yung integrated coconut processing and downstream products or yung tinatawag po natin na shared facilities. With this program po ay magpuput up ang PhilMec and other agencies like DPWH, ay marami pong involved na agencies dito. And para po mabigyan natin ng processing facilities ang ating mga coconut farmers para magkaroon po sila ng value adding at matulungan po ang kanilang organizations para mapalago natin ang ating industry ng coconut sa ating bansa. These are some of the programs na nagsusupport po sa mechanization. Now, what are we specifically doing in PhilMec? Ano po ba yung aming mga initiatives? Ano po ba yung targets and directions na tinutungo ng aming agency para po suportahan ang agricultural mechanization, post-harvest and logistics po ng ating bansa? In a nutshell po, we have 246 trust na sinusunod po. So lahat po ng projects, programs at activities po na ginagawa ng aming agencies ay tumutugon po or naka-chain po dito sa 6 na trust na to. At yung una po, ito po yung efficient drying and dehydration for increased farm productivity. Yung pangalawa naman po is appropriate handling, storage, and processing techniques for increased economic value. So increasing naman yung atin pong mga ani natin, yung ating kinikita sa agriculture po. Number 3 is effective prevention and control of mycotoxin, pest, and disease toward food safety and preservation. Dito naman po, it aims to alagaan na yun po mga hina-harvest natin na wala nang masayang. So we are making research and development tungkol po dun sa mga maiwasan natin yung mga peste, yung mga mycotoxin that would damage yung atin pong mga inaning products. Isa pa po ay para matulungan din natin ang environment, ang PhilMec po goes to agricultural waste and byproduct utilization para po hindi nasasayang, and also yung mga tinitingnan nating waste na could have added value at pakinabangan po ng ating mga farmers, and at the same time doing something for our environment. Pangalawa, yung appropriate production and post-production mechanization technology. So very specific po that we are leading the development of mechanization technologies for increased resource use efficiency and productivity. And with all of these, we are also, our trust also is to empower our stakeholders towards profitable entrepreneurship. So meron din po kami ditong isang division which caters to mentoring or coaching our group of farmers or processors which are into agricultural products, yung po mga nagbi-business tungkol sa products. So nagbibigay po tayo dyan ng mentoring and coaching through our enterprise development division. And among these, ito pong dalawa na to, ito po yung trust ng aming division, which is the Agricultural Mechanization Division. So we have our trust po, which are anchored into these 2 trust of PhilMec. Yung Agricultural Mechanization Division po is the primary division po ng PhilMec which caters to the development of machineries na wala pa po sa market. So kami po yung nagdi-design, develop, and field testing of post-harvest and mechanization technologies. Kami din po yung gumagawa ng detailed design and fabrication ng mga prototype bago po ito commercialize. And then we also conduct field testing of emerging mechanization technologies on agricultural crop production and post-production. If you are aware po dun sa nakakakilala po sa PhilMec, meron po kaming 2 section under this division, which is the Agricultural Machinery and Energy Section or AMES. And yung isa naman po, to complement yung paggawa po namin ng mga machineries, we also have our instrumentation section. Ito naman po yung mga gumagawa ng tools, and controls para po ma-complement yung ating mga ginagawang machine. So for example po, yung mga moisture meters na available ngayon which are emerging natin po, ay dito po natin ginagawa sa agricultural instrumentation section. And also, under the division, meron po kaming tinatawag na development of simulation-driven design prototyping. So binibigyan na po namin ito ng mga usually po kasi pag nagpo-prototype ka, ang most problem dito kaya tumataas po yung cost ng fabrication at ng prototyping dahil paulit-ulit po tayo, maraming nagiging materials na nasasayang. So with the development po na itong section na to or this unit, it conducts research on design modeling. So nagmo-model na po tayo. And simulation, sinisimulate na po nito yung gusto nating condition. And we can vary without physically touching our prototype. Tinitingnan na po natin dito kaagad through the use of various design analysis software and engineering software para po makita natin agad yung optimum condition bago natin buuin yung ating prototype. In a way, we're making it faster, mas reliable yung kanyang dahil may basis yung design. And also, hindi po siya aksayado sa materyales. Wala tayong masyadong naaksaya kasi nakikita na natin yung optimum na condition na design ng isang technology bago po natin siya i-prototype. These are some samples na po na ginagawa sa office. Dati, ano pa po kami, job out namin ito o nag-outsource kami to go over the components po na kailangan namin sa aming mga dinidevelop. But now with our DPSU, meron na po kaming mga components ng aming dinidevelop na machine na kami na po yung gumagawa because of our 3D printing system na in place na po sa opisina. So these are some of the samples that we are doing na po sa office. And with this, meron din po kami mga OJT or mga thesis students that are going to us para po matulungan at ma-practice nila yung mga ganito pong facilities and technologies that we have at PhilMech. So hindi na po namin kailangan lumabas to do all those things. Basta tama po yung drawing at tama po yung i-feed natin sa kanya. We are always ready na pati mga obsolete po na parts and components ng ating mga machineries would be developed through the additive manufacturing or the 3D printing technology. And to complement that, noong 2021, we were able to get a grant from the Korean Organization of International Cooperating Agency. So ito po yung nag-finance ng aming tinatawag na Agricultural Mechanization Design and Prototyping Center. Ongoing po ito and under this, madadagdagan na po yung aming mga equipment. Under this building po ay meron na po itong mga equipment na naka-ready para po ma-enhance pa yung aming pag-develop ng ating mga locally fabricated machineries. So madadagdagan po yung ating mga printing 3D printers and meron na din po tayong mga CNC. And the software, kumpleto na po kami ng mga software that we will be needing for the simulation and analysis po ng ating mga ginagamit for the prototype. So this is an ongoing and is supposed to operate next year po. So by the end of this year, makukumpleto po siya by October. What are the objectives of this project that we had with the Korean government? So establish yung ating pong center and enhance the capability of PhilMech and other R&D agencies po na malapit. So with this, hindi lang po kami yung nagtitraining, hindi lang po kami yung access, but we are also giving access to other agencies like PhilRise, we have CLSU besides us, and also meron pong PCC and all the research agencies that we had sa area ay may access din po dito at sinasama din po namin sila sa mga training capability. And also, we are expected to disseminate, develop agricultural machineries which are improved and quality na po with the help of this center. And of course, we want to strengthen our relationship and cooperation with Korea because ang Korea po, if you would notice naman, ay napaka-advanced na po ng manufacturing ng agricultural machineries sa kanila. These are some of the ongoing projects that PhilMech is having in collaboration then with other agencies. So ito po ay yung onion, since ang Nueva Ecija po is very much into onion farming. So we're trying to mechanize the whole system from planting. So ito po ay planter. Yung isa po nito ay may mulching, yung isa naman po ay wala. And then other one would be harvester, meron din pong detopper. So we're trying to adapt this technology sa atin po, but with some adjustments because may mga iba po tayong way of doing the onion production in our country. So in time, makikita po natin na hopefully we can localize these technologies para po maging mas kapaki-pakinabang po sa ating mga magsasaka. Another one, kung nakikita natin yung mga karamihan ng mga mobile elevating work platform o yung nakikita po natin dyan, ay ginagamit lang sa industry. But in other countries, lalo na po sa Asian, ginagamit na po nila ito sa agriculture. So we are trying to adopt this one. In-start po namin siya sa mango kasi sa mango po pagka season na po ng harvesting, talagang mayroon na rin po silang scarcity ng labor, kinukulang na din po ng labor. So we're trying to adapt this one sa harvesting, sa spraying po during flower induction, and also doon din po sa bagging, di ba? Yung bagging po ng mangga, kung nakikita nyo po, kaya po hindi natin ma-encourage masyado ang ating mga mango growers kasi napaka-tedious. So with the help of this MEWP, we hope to improve the system po ng ating mango, and eventually not only in mango but we will only also be using this for other fruit bearing trees like durian, avocado. Ito po yung mga nakikita natin that we can also use this one. And under po nung AMDPC, we're trying to develop other technologies. Ito po yung mga hindi sa grains. So we have the cassava planter. Ito po ay tractor mounted. So we're trying to improve on this para po yung planting natin ng cassava, may cutter na to sa loob and then i-drop na lang niya. And then some mechanism will have it planted na papunta po dun sa ground natin. So para hindi na masyadong mahirap yung planting ng cassava. Another is a coffee sorter. Ang Pilipinas po is very lucky or very fortunate that we are having 4 varieties of coffee. We have the Arabica, Liberica, Robusta, and the very famous in the Philippines, which is the Liberica. Ito po yung Barako. So we're trying to help the industry in developing other machineries that will help improve the quality of coffee that we have now. Kasi for a while, natigil po yung ating export ng coffee. So with the help of this technology, we hope to help them na ibalik natin yung quality coffee po na inaani sa ating country. So we're starting with coffee sorter. We also have coffee moisture meter. We also have coffee depulper, and we also have a greenhouse dryer for coffee. This is an optical mango sorter. So ito po ay na-develop na namin yung prototype, and we will be making bigger scale or ng technology po nito. Ito po yung computer vision system. So image processing, pagdaan po ng ating mangga sa system na to, ipipicture niya and then ipaprocess po yung picture. And then dalawang sorting na po. Yung una po would be the quality if it's reject or not. And then kapag po na-sort na yon at yung reject po ay i-check na niya. And then the second processing will go naman po doon sa kanyang sizes. Then eventually ano na po siya, tawag dito, ilalagay na po sa box. So yun po yung dinidevelop natin into its actual capacity po. Kasi yung ginawa po natin ay ano lang muna, yung very small capacity that will just prove the visibility of having this work sa ating mango industry. Ito yung coffee depulper na sinasabi ko. Yung original po nating coffee depulper is one that is only wala siyang adjustment. So nakita po namin na kailangan muna niya ng press sorting. Kasi po pag dumaan yung iba-ibang sizes ng coffee dun sa depulper, kung maliit yun, dadaan lang siya with the pulp na hindi pa natatanggal, and kung mas malaki naman, madudurog siya. So we innovate it. Nilagyan na po namin to ng press sorting para dalawa yung outlet mo, para iba yung mechanism niya for the small sizes, and then the other one would be for the big size. So this is ano na lang din po for improvement, but some coffee cooperators have used this technology. Meron na po yun. Another, since we are talking of smart, We also have a recently approved project. This naman po ay sa KIAT, another organization in Korea. This is the establishment of a smart agriculture manufacturing technology development center in the Philippines. Ang isa pong nakita, yung mga smart technologies natin, especially the greenhouses, hindi po siya nasusustain sa Philippines kasi kapag na-install na ng mga imported natin na yung mga supplier, wala na pong makapasustain sa Pilipinas kasi we're not so familiar with how it goes, how to fabricate its component, how to install it, how to automate it. So yun pong mga yon will be part of this project na nagkakahalaga po na we were able to seek around 6.44 million US dollars for this project, which will run, hopefully budget na po ito for next year. This will be implemented. So ito po ay composed ng Manufacturing Technology Development Center. This is another laboratory that would cater to the automation po ng mga greenhouses na ilalagay po dito. And it has 3 sites, testing sites in Davao, in Bohol, and I forgot the one, but it's in Luzon. So ito po yung isa pang aabangan natin. Ito po ay mag-cater din for us to know more about this technology and eventually malocalize na po natin yung production. So, and I think that will be all for my sharing of what are we doing now for the mechanization in terms of the agricultural sector. Maraming salamat po, and I hope meron po tayong natutunan ng kaunti, and I have shared what we can sa part po ng FieldMec. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Arlene, for the very informative discussion. Surely all the programs of the FieldMec are well recognized and appreciated by our farmer beneficiary to attain the country's goal for a more sustainable and food secured community. With that, allow me to check the chat box for any queries or questions from the online participants. Okay, so we have question, ma'am. So may I read to you from Sir Jose Tormes. So do we have mechanization or equipment for sugarcane and coconut harvesting to lessen the need for physical labor? So yun po yung question po from
Yes,
Sir
Good
Jose
afternoon,
Tormes.
sir. Yes, apo. Good afternoon, sir. For sugarcane, we have an ongoing project, sir. Kasi yung una po namin ginawang sugarcane harvester, it's really big. And then ang sugarcane po, ang bilis magbago ng population. Some have shifted from sugarcane to another crop. So, noon pong dinevelop namin yun, it's the need. But for now, we are developing for the medium size harvesting. So we are targeting po, magkakaiba po kasi yung, magkakaiba po kasi yung farmers na need po ng sugarcane sa Luzon and dun sa Negros area po. So we are trying to make some ways po para pareho silang ma-meet. But yes, sir, we have an ongoing, but we don't have yet the commercial unit po. And for coconut naman po, sir, actually, sir, yung harvesting matagal na namin tinatry, and then matagal na rin po marami nagsubok ng harvesting. But you know what? Hindi po siya masyadong ina-accept. Unang-una, yung pagtaas mo pa lang nung parang napapagod na sila. So comparing to the manual harvesting that we have now, mas pa rin po siya, mas ginagamit pa rin yung usual. But yung napakita ko po kanina, yung lifter, yung sa mango, we are trying to make one unit na mas mataas that would cater to the harvesting po ng coconut kasi napakataas ng coconut. So we are trying to make a system po which is just like that, not exactly like the one that I showed you, pero meron, sir, na ginagawa po. May efforts po ang FieldMec with Kamiko. This is, Kamiko po is just like AMDA, kung nakakakilala po ng AMDA, yung organization po ng mga machinery manufacturers sa ating bansa po para po gawin ito, to know more of the need of that. And regarding coconut, sir, ang FieldMec po is spearheading a shared facility naman po. Yung shared facility, sir, depende po sa product, but we do have other mechanization program for coconut under the Coco Levy po.
Okay, so thank you, ma'am. So is there any additional question from the participants? Okay, so oh, um, from Kim Jan Nate, how can PhilMech address issues topographically challenge production site? Example given, production site in slope areas. So,
Yes, sir. If you are talking of rice for now, yun, sir, yung distribution po namin ng rice machineries, kino-consider po namin yan, yung mga uphill, yung mga uplands, sir. So we are really looking into machineries na hindi po, na appropriate po sa area, yung mga karamihan maliliit. So yung rice combine po kasi, like rice combine, hindi naman po siya pwede sa mga hilly areas. So we are providing reaper na mas maliit po sa kanila, and yung detachable na threshers. But we are considering, sir, that's for rice. For others, sir, for other commodities, yes, sir, we are starting on that. We are considering that. Actually, that's one criteria po, sir, na tinitingnan namin kapag po nag-develop kami ng new technologies. Yes, sir, we are catering to them.
okay, so thank you po, Ma'am Arlene. So, is there any other additional question from the participant? So if none, so now let's proceed to the awarding of certificate of appreciation. So let me review the citation. So Republic of the Philippines, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture Certificate of Appreciation is hereby given to Ms. Arlene C. Joaquin in grateful appreciation and acknowledgement of her expertise as resource speaker on mechanization, post-harvest, logistics, and marketing during the conduct of international webinar on recent Agri-trends 2023 with the theme Smart and Resilient Agriculture Toward Food Security held on May 5, 2023 at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Miss ang nasabi. Okay, ma'am. So, an apology, ma'am, for moving forward. So, thank you, Ma'am Arlene, for your time and expertise. So, may I request everyone to please open your cameras for photo documentation with Ma'am Arlene. So, ready na? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, so once again, let's give a hand to Ma'am Arlene C. Joaquin. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so so our next and our last speaker for this day, for this afternoon. So she is from Netherlands, EV, located at Munich, Germany. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Plant, Food and Environmental Biotechnology at the University of Milano, Italy. She also has Master of Science double degree on Organic Agriculture and Agroecology at Wageningen University, Netherlands and France. She written and published a variety of subjects, including True Cost Accounting for Food, Balancing the Scale, Chapter 7, Incentives to Change, The Experience of the Organic Sector, London, on 2021. The Power of Public procurement, fostering organic production and consumption, the World of Organic Agriculture, Bonn 2021. Her work as a participatory guarantee system expert at Netherlands includes the establishment of a new local scheme geared to PGS, as well as technical advice on group certification and PGS. She is a trilingual expert in participatory guarantee system and global policy, with over 5 years working in the organic agriculture sector. Experienced in planning and coordinating international projects with multi-stakeholders, developing and conducting international trainings on PGS. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Ms. Federica Verini. She discussed organic agriculture participatory guarantee system. So let's give a hand to our last speaker, Ma'am Federica Verini.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to share my screen so you can see my presentation. You can see my screen, right?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah? Okay,
yes.
Perfect. Yes, so I would like to present you today some information about our organization, Naturland, which is, as you said, an organization that is based in Germany, but it's actually an international organization. And yeah, and then I want to focus on what are our activities in the Philippines, and especially our project that aims to support accredited PGS initiatives by the government to access premium organic markets in the countries. So just a few words about Naturland. Naturland is a non-profit organic farmer association. So farmers are the members of the association, and we are based in Germany, but is an international organization. It was created in 1982 by pioneers of the organic sector in Germany. Farmers, but also scientists and critical consumers. So we are active for over 40 years. And as I said, oh, sorry. And sorry. Yeah, and as I said, we are active for over 40 years. And today we have over under 40,000 farmers worldwide. 1,000 processors, and we are active in over 60 countries. These farmers are single farmers. That's like mostly the constellation in Europe, for example. You have single farmers, but actually in the rest of the world, they are mostly farmers organizing group of operators. And they are small-scale farmers producing a variety of crops. Our association has developed in these 40 years several organic standards. The first one was the organic standards on production, but today we have many other organic standards on different topics: aquaculture, textile, cosmetics. As you can see, we have many different standards. They are developed together with the farmers and with the experts, and then they are regularly updated. Currently, Naturland is certifying farmers all over the world, but the target market is the German market. So all these producers, even though they are small scales, they are the target market is the export market. Yeah, one thing that I forgot to tell you is that let's say the organic standard from Naturland can be considered an organic plus standard. So if you look at for example, at the EU organic regulation, Naturland standards has higher requirements in terms of fertilization, or in terms of certain crops that must be grown in agroforestry system, for example, cocoa and cacao and coffee. And then one other thing that is really distinguish us from other organic standards and organic standard owners is that we have each of our standards includes social responsibility. So it means that we don't look only at the environmental performance of our producers, but for us the well-being of the workers in the farm. It's essential. So we look at things like human rights and good working condition and safety condition in the workplace of the farmers at the field and in the processing units. So as you can see, these are the countries where Naturland is certifying its producers. So we are present almost worldwide. And as you can see, we have producer also in the Philippines. In the Philippines, in fact, we are active since already 1992, and we have their members in Negro, Luzon, and Mindanao. So as you see, we have 7 members, but actually the 7 members, they are farmers cooperative or farmers group. So they represent over 3,000 farmers certified by Naturland in the Philippines for a total of more than 20,000 hectares. Yeah, here are some of the picture of our producers, which are mainly producing coconut, like for export, it's coconut, sugar cane, and few tropical fruits as well, and spices. And here to come to, so on one side, so there is this ongoing work of Naturland certifying producer for the export market, so in Germany. But since a few years, we are also active in the countries because we want to support the small-scale farmer in their linking them to the local markets and to create a better opportunity for them to sell the product on the Philippine market. So for this reason, we have created a team of people working specifically in the Philippines. I'm one of these. I'm looking at the part regarding PGS, and we have then 4 colleagues that are located in the Philippines. Josie is our country officers, and then we have our quality assurance officer, one in Luzon and one in Mindanao, and a social media coordinator. Plus from our office, then we have also, like in Germany, we have also Marco and Cora that are helping us in the project. So exactly, so the activities that I'm gonna discuss with you, they are conducted in the framework of a project that started 2 years ago, funded by a German donor, which is called Miserere. The project will end at the end of next year, but we want anyway to remain. It's not that the project ends and then we leave, because as I said, we are active actually in the Philippines since 1992. So within this project, we are looking at supporting value chain development, but also work to increase the availability of products at national level, and also increase consumers' awareness about organic products, with the aim that we then can boost organic farming in the Philippines and support the livelihoods of the small-scale farmers, which are the targets of our project now. So currently we have 4 local government units that are partners in our project. They are located in Luzon, as you can see here, close to Baguio City, in the Tublay municipality, and then in Mindanao with Kauswagan, Sibagat, and Talisayan. And then we also work in close collaboration with LOANCP, which is the League of Organic Agriculture Municipality and Cities in the Philippines, So together with them, we identified municipalities that are really supporting organic farming. They have very strong policies to support at local level the development of organic farming, and they are also supporting the Organic Farming Association to apply to develop a PGS, so participatory guarantee system, for the farmers and to apply for accreditation with the government, with the Philippine government. So, as I said, we have three main area where we are working on. On one side, so the Naturlands wants to start to certify according to its standards small-scale producers in the Philippines to sell the product in the Philippines. So we are not focusing now on export, but on building premium organic market in the country. And our target producers are the PGS producers. So we build on the work that is done by BAFS in the accreditation and the oversight of the PGS initiatives. And once they are certified by BAFS, we start to engage with them and to support to reach also the Naturland standards that in some aspects are a little bit more demanding than the national organic standards, which is already very good standards. But as I said, for example, Naturland standards has the social requirements that in the national organic Philippine standards are not included. So we are going to work with the farmers to close this gap between the national organic standard and Naturland standards, and then the farmers will be able to access Naturland certification. And now this is a new project for Naturland, because as I said, as for now, we are certifying producer only for export market. So, and we want to pilot this new system in the Philippines with PGS producers. And we are starting now the testing phase of this new certification system. Because, I mean, I guess probably most of you know that the participatory guarantee system have been since 2020 recognized in the organic national regulation of the Philippines, thanks to the work also of advocacy done by the organization MASIPAG and PGS Filipinas. And so, yeah, by now PGS initiative can be accredited by the government and then work as a certification body for the organic agricultural sector. And yeah, I mean, just for those of you that maybe are not so familiar about how the PGS system works in the Philippines. So when a group of farmers wants to apply for becoming a PGS, it needs to undergo 10 days training with the agricultural training with ATI, with the Agricultural Training Institute. And after these 10-day trainings, what will become the core PGS group needs to develop internal standards and procedures for how the certification will be done within the PGS initiative. They need to develop a manual of operation and the documentation. And after that is done, then the department, the local department, the regional Department of Agriculture will do, let's say, office review, like a desk review of the documents, but then also they go on the field and they check the producers. And once they, or like correction action and resolution of a possible non-compliances are resolved, then the core group received the certification by BAFS that they are organic, and then at that stage they can start then to certify the farmers that belong to the PGS initiative. So, and we enter basically once the PGS has been accredited by BAFS, then we want to start to engage with them to also reach this additional certification done by Naturland. So as I said, besides, so of course we look at what are the benefits for the farmers, and as I said, on one side we want to offer this additional certification to link them to premium markets, And together with that, we come also like with the capacity building. So for example, with our farmer in Tublai, in the Baguio, close to Baguio city, there is an area where a lot of coffee is grown, very good coffee. There is already some level of growing coffee under shade trees. And Naturland has a very good standards about how to grow coffee under shade in organic agriculture. So we will then have trainings with them on this topic to improve the agroforestry system for the coffee production. So there's an example of capacity building activities that we are conducting with the farmers. And yeah, and then at the same time, as I said, we work not only on strengthening the practices of the producers and on certification, but also on building the market. So we are engaging with retailers, but also catering, restaurant service, to increase the awareness of why it's important to include organic products in their shops or in their restaurants. And then the idea is that once we have, like, as soon as we have the first producer certified by Naturland, then these products will be sold then in the local retailer shop, or they will be used by the local chef in the restaurants in Metro Manila, or maybe Mindanao, in Butuan City, or in Cagayan, so that we can increase the availability of organic products for the consumers while pulling also ensuring that the farmers, they can get better price for their products. So here you can see my colleagues, Jose and Marco, they were in Manila meeting with the owner of Eco Store, which is a shop that has organic products in Manila. Or like we're engaging with local initiatives in Cagayan, like this Faith Basket, and we will support also the local municipalities in the organization of the market, organic market stands within the municipalities. So as I said, value chain, work with the like raising awareness and ensure market space for organic farmers, and then at the same time we want to work also on raising consumer awareness about the benefit of organic production. And for this reason, we have set up several tools. We have now our social media platform and the YouTube channel, and then we organize regularly live streams on topics related to organic agriculture. So I really invite you to check our Facebook page, our Instagram account, our YouTube channel. We have also a website. If you look for Naturland Philippines, you will find us, and there you can find more information and the contact of my colleagues that are there in the Philippines. At the end of May, we will have an event, a live stream event, where two or three chefs from the Philippines, they will talk about how do they include organic produce in the restaurants and why it is important. So I think it would be really nice if you all can subscribe and join us there as well. This is our project brochure, and and that's the first live stream that we conducted in February with farmers and environmental activists. So that was a quick overview about our work there in the Philippines. I will be in the Philippines beginning of June as well. We're going to join the Organic Congress there, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there are.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Federica Varini, for the detailed presentation on how our organic farmers be inspired and to attain PGS certification and accreditation. Also, thank you for extending your hand to the Filipino organic farmers as you are identified beneficiary for your projects and programs related to organic agriculture. So let me check. There are questions. I think We have none? No questions? Okay. So with that, let's proceed to the awarding of certificate of appreciation to our resource person. Okay. Once again, ma'am, thank you. So let me read the citation. So Republic of the Philippines, Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Ms. Federica Barini in grateful appreciation and acknowledgement of her expertise as resource speaker on organic agriculture participatory guarantee system during the conduct of international webinar on recent Agri-trends 2023 with the theme Smart and Resilient Agriculture Towards Food Security, held on May 5, 2023 at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture. Given this 5th day of May 2023 at Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose, Camarines Sur. Signed, Dr. Claribel C. Haber, Dean Graduate School. Signed, Dr. Alberto N. Napere, SUC President 4. Okay. Once again, let's give a hand to our resource person, Ms. Federica Barini. So much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and may I request everyone to open your cameras for the documentation with Ma'am Federica. Okay, so ready? Okay, 1, 2. Please smile. Okay. Okay, so thank you so much. Okay. Okay. So here's some of the impression of their learnings and insight. May I call on Mr. Henry Buena, MS Plant Science.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. This is my impression to our webinar. In this webinar, I have learned from the speaker that agricultural industries have witnessed several exciting new trends that have been driven by advancement in technology and a growing concern for the environment and our health. One of the most significant trends is the adoption of precision of agriculture, which relies on data and technology to optimize crop yield while reducing waste and factors that can affect crop growth by leveraging real-time data and analytics. Farmers can make informed decisions about planting, fertilizing, and harvesting crops, thereby increasing efficiency and profitability. In addition to precision agriculture, the use of advanced technology in plant breeding is also advancing, leading to the creation of more resilient and nutritious crops. These have been made possible by techniques and technology such as gene editing, which enables farmers to introduce desirable traits into plants such as disease resistant or drought tolerance, thereby reducing resiliency on pesticides and fertilizers. Another important trend in agriculture is that increasing focus on organic farming. This is driven by a growing demand for healthier and more sustainable food options. Organic farming emphasizes the use of natural methods to control pests, promote soil health, and it reduces the use of synthetic fertilizer and pesticide. Moreover, it helps to preserve biodiversity, reduce water pollution, and improve the quality of the soil. Organic farming can also lead to increased profitability for farmers since organic produce often commands a higher price in the market. Furthermore, sustainable and regen, regen, uh, sustainable farming practices are gaining popularity among farmers. These techniques involve cover cropping, crop rotation, and reduced tillage, among other methods which promote soil health, conserve water, and promote biodiversity. By using these methods, farmers can reduce soil erosion and runoff, improve soil quality, and promote the growth of beneficial microorganisms. Finally, there is a growing interest in local and urban agriculture, in which it involves growing food in cities and other urban areas. This trend aims to bring food production closer to consumer, thereby reducing transportation costs and emission. It also increases access to fresh, healthier produce, particularly in areas where fresh produce is scarce. Urban agriculture can take many forms, from community gardens to indoor hydroponic system, vertical farms that can use of limited space and resources, making them ideal for urban areas. However, despite this advancement, there is still a need for mechanization in many areas, particularly in developing countries such as in the Philippines, to boost crop production and achieve food sufficiency. Therefore, it is essential to invest in new technologies, infrastructure, and training programs that can help farmers increase efficiency and productivity while reducing the environmentally impact of agriculture. In summary, these new trends in agriculture offer hope for a more sustainable, efficient, and resilient future for the industry. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Henry Buena. Okay, so next, may I call on Ma'am Dindi Dayan Orit, instructor from the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, to give her impression.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the graduate students, the graduate school, and as well as the ESD for coordinating this international webinar on recent Agri-trends, agricultural trends 2023. So your chosen theme, which is smart and resilient agriculture towards food security, is very timely and very appropriate towards to what our community, our agriculture sector needs. So you imparted us with very diverse knowledge and updated us with topics regarding agriculture, from the food safety regulation to status of African swine fever, the advanced animal breeding, the organic farming, the digital applications, innovations, the IoT-enabled sensors, the trends in crop sciences or the ornamental crop breeding, the mechanization, post-harvest and logistics, and lastly, the organic agriculture, the participatory guarantee system. We have learned a lot. So your resource persons are all well spoken, and I'm very glad to hear from their fields of specializations. So with that, I will not make this long. So congratulations again, and thank you for giving us and hosting this webinar.
So thank you so much, Ma'am Dindy. And for the last impression, may I call on Noelma M. Tesorero from DARF.
So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for coming up with this webinar and for allowing me to be able to share my impression. This webinar, the International Webinar on Recent Agri-Trend 2023 with the theme Smart and Resilient Agriculture Towards Sustainable Food Security is very relevant to my current job. Topics discussed are very informative, timely, and diverse, and I'm sure all of us here learned something that we can apply to our current affiliation. Also to our speakers, locally and internationally, who are well-versed of their topics and the discussions are very clear. They are also very accommodating to questions and willingly shares their expertise to the participants. For this, salute to all the speakers. To the organizers and facilitators of this training, congratulations and thank you so much. You were able to find ways to equip us with expedient knowledge. Thank you so much. To my fellow participants, all are participative. Thank you for your questions. We also learned from them. Overall, I can say that this is a success. Congratulations, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Noelma Tesorero. Okay, to give us the closing remarks. Okay, so once again, to give the closing remarks, may I call on Dr. Celerino B. Lisol, Jr., our campus administrator, CBSUA. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. The Miss MC, Ms. Ardeen, and of course to the Dean of the College of Graduate School, Dean Javier, and the organizer headed by Mr. Milan. It is indeed a pleasure to have you this afternoon, despite of the fact that we have so many activities here in the university. I'm very glad for listening the impressions of our participants as well as the resource person. I've been watching you and I've been in close coordination with you, although a while ago I am attending to other activities of the university. And I suppose this undertaking is a milestone for the graduate school in having a very important activities like this. As they had said, the topics and the informations that were given by our research persons is highly commendable and very relevant to the needs of our aging farmers, our farmers which are set aside for so many times. I do hope that the knowledge and the learnings that they had imparted will provide more inspiration that indeed farmer is being part of the development interventions that we, the university, as well as our authority in this particular subject is indulging. So I cannot have so many impressions, but the thing speaks for itself. The success that I had observed while listening to the topics being discussed by our research person is indeed a pleasure to hear that our stakeholders can derive benefits from it. One thing that I'm so sure of, the intention of this undertaking is very highly intended for our stakeholders. And I do hope that 99.9 or 100.1% had been achieved by this undertaking. They go beyond expectation. And also, I do hope that this undertaking will not be ended as an imparting of a knowledge and skills, but still we have to disseminate this information and adapt what we have learned in this particular webinar. To the speakers, my congratulations and my deep sense of gratitude for participating the plight of our students and of our college of the graduate school. So the university is very much welcome, or the university is very much indeed pleasure to have an international participants and an international collaboration, especially for the battle cry of our farmers and our fisher folks. The organizer is well applauded, and thank you so much for spearheading this activity. And I do hope that you will not stop your good works and your intentions to make our stakeholders well informed and will kept abreast of the trend in our culture. It's our battle cry. The trend of agriculture is now at high level that the farmers could have to be equipped with the knowledge and skills for them to cope up with the highest trend of technology. So sana po, this will continue to be shared. This will be continued to be spearheaded in some other forum. Thank you so much. Good luck and good health. Palakpakan po natin ang lahat ng mga participants, resource person, and of course, the officials who had been involved in this activity. Good luck and good health.
Thank you so much, Dr. Celerino Bilisol Jr. Okay, so that's all for today, everyone. I appreciate all of you for being with us, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who made this webinar possible, especially to the Central Bicol State University of Agriculture President, Dr. Alberto N. Naperi, to our very supportive Dean, Dr. Claribel Haber, to our international and local resource speaker, Ma'am Rosita M. Imperial from the DARFO 5, Dr. Nishibori Masahide, professor from the Hiroshima University, Japan, Dr. Ernesto D. Tabing, supervising meat control officer from the NMIS Regional Office 5, to Mr. Absar, PhD candidate from the University of Putra, Malaysia, to Mr. John Paul Escordes, Information System Analyst of DICT, to Mr. Al Angelico O. San Pascual from the Institute of Plant Breeding, College of Agriculture and Food Science, University of the Philippines, Los Baños, to Ms. Arlene C. Joaquin, the Acting Chief of the Agricultural Mechanization Division, Philippine and Mechanization, and to Ms. Federica Varini, PGS expert from the Natureland EV, Germany. And of course, to the Extension Services Division and Digital and Innovation Center Director, Dr. Vladimir Foronda and Mr. Froy Beranya for extending his expertise to this event a success. To our campus administrator, Dr. Celerino Lisol, for the support and encouragement, and also to my fellow student from the graduate school, online participants, and above all, to our Almighty God for guiding us and for wisdom. So once again, thank you very much. I am Justin Rose 𝐂𝐑𝐍𝐀𝐄𝐑𝐍, your host for this international webinar on the recent Agri-trends 2023, signing off. God bless us all.